Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder, Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, She's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Genius is common. And my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Edith Nwosu. I will be your business moderator today for the afternoon for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders around the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities around the US. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing their business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, today we have a guest, Dr. Emmy. He is a powerful motivational speaker, author, and advocate for youth empowerment. Born in Gaitherston, Texas, Doc's early life was marked by crime, leading to 3 prison sentences prior to the age of 29. His life changed after a transformative moment in prison when he turned to God, leading to a journey of redemption. Now, as the founder of The Close and Dream, he's dedicated to helping at-risk children through after-school and entrepreneurship programs. Now, with his story of the second chances, Doc he has inspired over 5,000 young people, proving that with faith and perseverance, anything is possible. So, without more time, let us present to you Dr. Eric Doc Emery.
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
Oh, I'm blessed. All is well. I can't complain.
Amen to that. Thank you for joining us. So, I have some questions that I'm going to ask you today. How are you feeling today?
I'm blessed.
Amen. All right. So, we're going to go ahead and get right into it. So, my first question for you is, Doc, your journey from life in prison to one of empowerment is truly remarkable. Can you share with us today your key moments that led you to embrace change and seek a life of purpose?
Yeah, so by the age of 17, I actually had two girls pregnant at the same time, right? And so I had kids at a very early age. And so when I started getting in trouble, they were still very young. And then as I went to my last stint in prison, they were growing up. And two of my sons I knew didn't come from the same background as I came from. They didn't come from the streets. And so that was actually my motivating factor for changing, because I wanted to show my sons something different than all the other elder men showed me coming up. So I decided that for my kids to see something different, then I needed to be the generational curse breaker for my family.
Such a powerful answer. Thank you for sharing that. So I have another question. My next question for you is, as you mentioned, the significant role of Terry Millican played in your transformation. How important do you believe mentorship is for at-risk youth? And what advice would you give to potential mentors that are seeking to make a difference?
Mentors for at-risk youth are absolutely important, because a lot of times those mentors, they come from a different place than the at-risk youth come from. So they're able to show them something different, because 9 times out of 10, when at-risk youth are growing up, they're only seeing one way of life. And so when you get this mentor who has a whole different aspect of life to show them that, hey, listen, this could be different. You just have to want to do something different. So I think mentors are absolutely important. And if I could say anything to the mentors, I would say, hey, man, listen, get to know the kid as who they are and where they come from. Because if they know that you care, they don't know how much you care until they know. They don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So actually get to know them. And they may upset you because they're not changing as quick as you want them to change. Don't quit on them. Don't give up on them.
Wonderful answer. And just wanted to highlight your response as well. Don't quit. Don't give up on the youth. You know, we all come from very powerful backgrounds, whether it's crime, whether it's trauma, whatever it is. Don't give up and be patient. That's something that's very important that you highlighted as well. Be patient with the youth. Sometimes they need to be patient with us, and, you know, giving them the opportunity to feel comfortable, have a safe place to, you know, share the things that they went through definitely helps in the developmental process. So thank you for sharing that. So my next question for you today is, what were some of the biggest barriers you faced in your journey towards redemption, and how did you overcome them?
So some of the biggest barriers that I faced was me still having to live in the same environment that had me entrapped, being around the same people, watching the same things going on, and realizing that if I want something different, then I have to do something different. But sometimes it's hard to do anything different when all you see around you is what you've always saw. And so one of the things that really truly helped me is I started deciding that I had to stop being selfish to my kids and start actually learning that if I want something different, I got to seek out different ways, even if it looked like, you know, I've never did this, I've never tried this, so maybe this can work. So I had to figure out that, hey, it may be hard, but if it was easy, everybody would be doing it.
Great answer. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? You know, life, it's a blessing, but it's a challenge. So that everything that you just mentioned is something that I believe a lot that are tuning in our program today can relate to. Sometimes you're not able to easily change your environment. So if that's the case, what's your mindset behind it? What's your strategy? How's your faith? What is the approach that you're looking to take if your environment temporarily stays the same in order for you to pivot to a different environment? So thank you for sharing your thoughts in regards to that. And my next question for you is, what resources or information did you find most helpful in this transformation?
Man, I started digging into that Bible, man. I started reading that Bible and I started learning and getting my faith stronger and started realizing that a lot of times, God has given us all a gift and a talent for us to operate. And so when you start truly understanding and learning who you are, then you're able to zone out a lot of other things that people tell you that you are. And so when you start figuring out it's easier for him to help guide you to the purpose and the plan that he have in your life. And so I started digging in that Bible, man, and it totally changed my life.
Wow. Very powerful and very true. A lot of wisdom and understanding and guidance that is in the word in the Bible. So thank you for sharing your thoughts in regards to that. So my next question for you is, in your experience working with young people, what methods have you found most effective in engaging and empowering them to embrace change and strive for their dreams?
Man, the first thing that I will say is get to know them. Don't just look at the surface of who they say people say they are. Get to know them as a person. Get down to the root cause and understand why they do what they do, why they think the way that they think, and then get in and first love on them. Before you can try to discipline them, teach them, or do any of that, you got to love on them and show them, man, I understand it don't matter where you come from, what you've been through, color your skin, last name. I just want to love on you because I understand the hurt that you may be going through. And then you just got to inspire them to let them know that you can do anything you put your mind to. Your mind is so powerful. You just have to understand how powerful it is. And once you figure out what you want to do, you got to go at it with everything you got and do not quit. Don't let people who come before you tell you what can't be done simply because they couldn't do it. You got to figure it out. You got to chase your dreams and realize at the end of the day, the only way that you can lose is if you quit.
Mm. That's a powerful message right there. Definitely want to highlight some of the areas that you shared. Love, it covers the multitude of sins. I believe the scripture says that, and love is so powerful. Love is how we're able to forgive, how we're able to open up our minds to understand. And what you also touch bases on is just the power of our minds, right? A lot of times when we're overwhelmed by just negative emotions or maybe paying too much attention to our environments, these type of areas have an effect on this. So all of the areas that you mentioned is super important. Love on them. Don't give up. Don't give up. I think also for us as adults, children, as my mom said, children learn where they live. So us being, we don't have to be directly living in their homes, but we also are another product of the environment, their learning experience, their communities, their environments. This is something that's extremely important. So thank you for sharing all that you did in regards to that question. So my next question for you is, how has your faith influenced your approach to helping others, especially young people who may feel lost or hopeless?
You cut out. I would just say that my faith really helped me a whole lot because it was times that I just felt like sometimes I couldn't do it. I felt like I couldn't do it, or I didn't have no other way to go. And I was always able to rely on God because the Bible says that he will never leave us nor forsake us. So I was able to lean on that, trust in that, build from that. And as the days went on and the days continually went, the hard things eventually became easy for me, and I just kept on going and I didn't stop. And now I can look back on my life and think about all the times that I thought about quitting, all the times that I wanted to stop that I didn't. And now I'm here to be able to be asked to come and speak on the show at the Black Business Network to give my story and give some of my expertise advice on this. So I know at the end of the day, you gotta have, everybody has faith in something. So you got to find what you have your faith in. You got to trust it, because we all have a higher power. My higher power is Jesus. And we just got to find what we have our faith in, and we got to continually trust it, and we got to believe it, and we got to know that he's going to always guide and lead us, and he'll never forsake us. And so once we start learning and living through those type of things, then we can know that at the end of the day, every plan and every purpose that he had for our life will all come to fruition. It's a lot of times that we want things to happen for us in our life, and we want them to happen, but it's all in his timing. And sometimes we're able to see what we want down the road, and we can go and try to get it, but it just don't be the time for it. And sometimes we mess off the opportunities that we thought we needed in that time. And when you realize that everything is going to happen all in his perfect timing, then everything is going to happen for you exactly when it's supposed to happen for you.
Yes, thank you so much for your answer. So I just wanted to get into the next question for you. Um, so if you could share with us a background of your business and how you got started, and how that led you into today's present time.
So like a lot of people know, you know, my biological father was murdered when I was 6 months old. When I was 5 years old, my mother had a few complications with drugs, and me and my brother went and lived with my grandmother. And by the age of 11, I became a product of my environment. And by the age of 13, I dropped out of school. I thought I was going to rap, smoke weed, and hustle for the rest of my life. And by the age of 17, I had 2 girls pregnant. By the age of 21, I was already on my first trip to prison. And by the age of 28, I was sitting in prison for the 3rd time, cleaning up hog mess as a job. And I can just remember getting my parole denied and asking God, like, if you real, like everybody say that you are real, then you will get me out of this. And that is what caused me to want to reach back to the youth, because I didn't have no male figure, no real positive male role model showing me and teaching me the ropes. And as I look out today, that's the same thing that I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of young, emotionally driven young men making decisions out of their emotions, just doing whatever they feel, not realizing that we got to stop and think. And I realize now that everything that I went through, all the hard stuff, all the heartbreak, the heartbreaks, the red tape, everything has set me for a place as today to be able to reach to the at-risk youth in my community and other communities to show them, hey, listen, man, it doesn't matter where you come from, what you've been through, color your skin, last name, none of that matters. So with Closing a Dream, we're going to open a youth development center for at-risk youth. Then we're going to have an after-school program for the kids. And then we're going to have an entrepreneurial school for like the kids that either done dropped out, they out there in the streets, they doing whatever they're doing, but they're not making no positive money. And we want to bring them into the Dream Center to show them that God gave you that dream for a reason. And I want to help show you how to unpack that dream, put it together, and then bring that dream to reality. So that's how Closing a Dream was started. Just all the stuff that I've been through in my life, God has shown me how to pack it and put it together and to turn around and give it to other people who was once me, that didn't have that positive role model.
Powerful answer. Thank you for sharing that. So our next question for you is, are you actively involved in establishing after-school and entrepreneurship programs? And if so, what specific resources and information do you believe are critical for underprivileged youth to succeed?
I would say first and foremost, yes, ma'am. I absolutely working on that. We got our 501c3 for Closing a Dream. I would say that it absolutely takes finances, it takes resources, but it's also going to take people who actually want to help, that really truly love the youth. Because you got to understand, with everything that's going on right now in the communities and all over the world, a lot of bad apples have given a whole bunch of bad names. So a lot of times these people are not wanting to deal with at-risk youth because they feel like, well, hey, it's not my kids, so I don't want to have to deal and mess with them. And because they're not directly influencing my household, not realizing that at some point these kids will indirectly influence your household, because without getting the right environment, the right motivation, and the right encouragement, this may be the same child that snatches your wife's purse coming out of Walmart, or introducing your kids to drugs, or kill one of your kids. So I think just getting the right resources, the right people around that really truly love children, that really want to put hands on ground and boots on the ground to help these kids. And so I believe that's the main thing that we got to do to get the things that we need for these at-risk youth. We got to work together and do whatever we need to do, and just put the plan together and show them that it's people out here that love you and want to help you.
Thank you for sharing all of your answers today. For anyone that's looking to get in touch with you, how can they be able to get in touch with you?
You can hit me on my website, www.docamyspeaks.com. You can hit me on Facebook, Edward Amy, Instagram at Doc Amy Speaks, TikTok at Doc Amy Speaks. You can call my phone, 409-939-6588. Those are all ways that you can get in contact with me, and I would love to talk to you. If you got at-risk youth that you feel like need to be mentored, talked to, or showed a different way, I'm your man. I travel the country talking in schools. I still go back into the prison system, talk to these men. I go in detention centers and talk to the kids. So if you need somebody that really, truly love the kids of today, I'm your man.
Well, that is wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us, and see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate, and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Are you an innovative entrepreneur or business owner ready to embrace the future of business transformation?
The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and it's crucial to adapt and pivot towards success in this dynamic landscape. At the Hello LLC, we are dedicated to guiding you through this transformative journey, offering a comprehensive suite of services that extend beyond the metaverse and 3D immersive experiences.
Our mission is to empower businesses and brands by assisting them in building, branding, systemizing, and automating their operations. We specialize in steering businesses from a two-dimensional existence to a thriving three-dimensional presence, where opportunities abound.
We help businesses harness the power of technology to work smarter, not harder, enabling them to operate efficiently and stay ahead of the curve. Our diverse range of services includes:
Our Biz in a Box is a complete business solution package designed to jumpstart your entrepreneurial journey. From strategic planning to digital infrastructure, we've got you covered. Your one app, one tap solution.
Our Motion Work AI videos transform your brand storytelling with our cutting-edge AI-driven video production, captivating your audience like never before.
Our 3D VR environments will step you into the future of immersive experiences. With our custom 3D virtual reality environments that engage and captivate your customers.
Lastly, in our Pivot membership program, we offer tailored guidance and support to either show you, teach you, or take care of the transformation process for you.
According to a 2023 study by Fundera, a staggering 28% of small businesses in the United States do not have an online presence. This statistic underscores the importance of embracing digital transformation. Having a website is more than just an online presence, it's a gateway to unlocking numerous benefits, including reaching a broader audience. Showcasing your products or services, generating leads and sales, establishing trust, providing customer support, and maintaining competitiveness within your industry.
The Hello LLC is committed to helping you excel in all these aspects of modern business, not just limited to the metaverse alone.
Why should you choose the Hello LLC to navigate this transformational journey?
By partnering with us and harnessing cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, reduce operational costs, and enhance brand recognition, all while working with a company that holds integrity in high regard. Our commitment to ethical and principled business practices ensures that your journey towards success is not only innovative, it is also firmly rooted in trust and transparency.
Don't wait. Take the first step towards a brighter business future. Contact us today to explore how we can support you in developing a remarkable digital presence and immersive experience that will leave a lasting impression.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Welcome back. Today we have a presentation with Renee Miller, who is a dynamic visionary with a heart for empowering Black communities. As the founder and CEO of
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Edith. I am your Black Business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. So, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour Black business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. Today, we will have a presentation with Renee Miller, who is a dynamic visionary with a heart for empowering Black businesses communities. As CEO and founder of Remember Who You Are Enterprise Incorporated and the Love Camp, Renee contributes her sharp business acumen and her deep passion for personal growth and transformation. An advisory board member of the Maryland Black Chamber of Commerce, certified coach, speaker, author, and author of Seasons of Love, Love Journey, 90 Days to Positive change and growth journey, she will be doing a presentation.
Hi,
Hello, how are you today?
I am fabulous. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thanks for having me.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. All right. So it is so wonderful to be here with you, beautiful folks. My name is Renee Miller, as the moderator shared. And today I'm going to share with you through the lens of a love coach as well as a trainer, the correlation between entrepreneurship and how it connects to passion and purpose using the Love Camp 7 Factors of Love. See, on a regular basis, I am on an everyday basis speaking to Black men and women about the power and purpose of love. But since you guys are entrepreneurs, I thought I would take our exclusive system that we use to help others connect more with their love relationships and show you how it connects to entrepreneurship, because these are universal principles. And when you know how to use them effectively, you find that you can get the results you're looking for. So let me tell you a little bit about me so you have an idea of why this is so important. Not only what was shared in my bio, why I'm passionate about helping Black folks in our community and our culture, but I've always been someone who believed wholeheartedly about being intentional and having your purpose for your life and your vision show up everywhere you go. And sometimes I didn't always do that. And so when I look back over my what I consider hustle in college, where I was part-time making money, but desiring to find my purpose and my rhythm, to my full-fledged company with the Love Camp and everything in between, I have realized that the entrepreneurship journey for me was not easy. And it's still not easy. If I can be real transparent, it's just not easy. And so I want to talk a little bit about our 7 factors of love and how these 7 factors of love will show you how when you start with yourself first, and then you use them and apply them out in your business world, with your community, with your customers, with your clients, with your partners, you will find not only your passion for what you do showing up, but your alignment and your purpose with what you do more intentionally. See, I'm big on how can we strengthen ourselves using our passion and our purpose so that our communities are a better reflection of our passion and purpose. We all have heard different things about entrepreneurship and how we move with each other. And I want us to be a better reflection of who we are in our businesses. So without delaying what those 7 factors are, I want to tell you first the various ways that I realized my entrepreneurship journey wasn't aligned. I'm going to tell you that, then I'm going to tell you the 7 factors. So when I first left my first position, when I was right out of college, I was looking for freedom. I was excited. I was like, I have skills. I'm not doing this 9 to 5. I'm doing the entrepreneurship thing. I'm out. So I left. And because I had an accounting degree, I became a bookkeeper by contract. Well, here's the thing. I hated accounting. Just because I had a degree did not mean that that was what I was supposed to do. So when I actually was doing it as a business, being the bookkeeper to support the accountant, I felt miserably because there was no passion. There was just a desire to have freedom, with the thought that, oh, well, I'm qualified. All I need is the degree and the experience. And then fast forward, I went back into the corporate space. Fast forward later, I learned that training was a thing where you could, I was still pretty young, and I learned that training was a thing where you could travel all over the country and even the world training for this particular company. Colleague pulled me in. I knew I loved to train. I knew I was great at it. Again, seeking freedom. Here's the problem. The topics that I was training about, I didn't enjoy. I did well, but I did not enjoy. So again, I wasn't in a line. So I didn't do very well. And there was a lot of sales connected to it, but I didn't know that. So I left that entrepreneurship journey, went back into the workforce. Third time, I actually went into a position where I was at this point now a certified coach, had been doing executive coaching for quite a few executives. And they asked if I wanted to be a partner. And I was grateful for that because, again, freedom, right? You hear the theme, freedom. And also, to have no limit on my income, entrepreneurship, right? It's some of the main two things we think about when we want to become our own entrepreneurs, our own boss, write our own chart, our own path. And that did not work out because what I learned is that I did not enjoy being behind a computer 8 hours out of the day coaching about topics that did not feel like was supporting my community or my passion or didn't align with who I am. Fast forward today, after working as a middle to senior manager and making a difference in a corporation, I left again. This time, it's all in alignment. So let me tell you what I did that made the difference with my entrepreneurship journey that I think will help you. Going to these 7 factors of love, they are attraction, communication, honesty, respect, trust, vulnerability, and safety. I used every single factor to finally get to a place where not only was my passion, my purpose, my desire for freedom, my desire for unlimited income, and my desire to make a difference in my community all line up. Well, how did I do that? Now, remember I said I'm a coach. So today you're going to get a little coaching on the side because you're going to get some of the questions that I want you to think about. And I know that the Black Business Network has a mixture of entrepreneurs, some that are very seasoned, some that are startup, and everything in between. But I still want you to use these 7 factors of love because they are applicable. Like I said earlier, they're universal. So let me tell you the first one. When we think about attraction, I want you to think about attraction as a skill. And when I say a skill, I want you to think about just similar to how we are when we want to get healthy relationships. I want you to think about what is a healthy attraction for me, whether it's the actual products and services that I provide. When I say healthy, I'm really using the word will get me to where I want to be, is aligned with my values, is aligned with where I see myself going. And I want you to also think about attraction from the perspective of alignment with potential business partners. One of the things that gets me super excited when I think about living my purpose is living it collaboratively. Way too often we think that we have to do everything alone. Many of us have that as a default mechanism. And I want us to change that because at the end of the day, when we use attraction where we're attracting the right people because we've vetted them, we've evaluated truly who we are, what our principles are, what's important to us. Is there synergy that happens? Then we can use attraction as a healthy skill to pull into us the circumstances we want for our business, the criteria that we want for our business. But we first got to be able to ground ourselves and ask ourselves, what is it that I really, really need? And I ask my clients that all the time. And they're like, sometimes they get it and they can rattle it off. But a lot of times they're like, who has ever thought about that? No one's ever asked me that for me to think about it. And so today I'm asking you, as we look at the first principle, what do you need that you would like to attract to your business? And before you even If you're in your early stages of your business, I want to invite you to look at what do you need to do for your understanding that would attract you to the right circumstance that would allow you to start the right product, the right service. I'll be honest with you, when I first started my first business, I was just like, I just want freedom. So I didn't do a deep dive about what really was the thing that I should have been attracted to start our business journey, the thing that I should have implemented as part of the journey. So I just want you to think about that. What do you need as an attraction tool or skill? Let's say skill, to pull to you the things that would really source your business and really source you, because you are a big part. You are the center of the business, so to speak. And so we want you to be able to be in your best self so that you can actually attract the things, the people, the circumstances, the resources that you need. The next factor is communication. Now, I could say so much about this because this is our number one factor on the Love Camp side when we're dealing with individuals that want to learn healthy relationship skills. And like I said earlier, it's transferable to you as an entrepreneur. And what I mean by communication is, one, I want you to look at everything from what do you communicate to yourself when things are rough, when things are hard, when you're showing up in ways that business isn't necessarily as easy or as clear or as fluid as you want it to be. What do you communicate to yourself? What kind of messages do you say to yourself? But now, once you are clear that, nah, I'm pretty good. I spend time fueling my mind. I have healthy morning practices. I make sure that I speak life and love over my business and my partners. Beautiful. Now we're going to look at communication from a perspective of how do you communicate with your potential client, your current client, your business partners. I recently was thinking about this because I am the company that I created. I'm a founder for the Black Ambition Prize. And if you haven't looked it up, I would definitely invite you to look it up. It's a very prestigious, from what I'm hearing. It's very, very new. It's only 3 years, but it's an initiative that Pharrell Williams has implemented for more entrepreneurs. But one of the things that we were talking about as a semifinalist is the importance of how we communicate with everything from potential clients to customers to future investors. And so you want to look at what do you communicate, whether it's through your messaging, your body language, and or your services and your actions. Because again, we're talking about your alignment with purpose and passion. And you can't be passionate about your business, but communicating something different in your services, the way you follow up, the way you communicate the business or service that you provide. And so just like in our relationship building, communication is not just a verbal action. It is a message. It's connected to your branding, but sometimes it's a message that isn't words. It's a message that the world sees out there. And so you want to ask yourself, when you think about communication, what are you communicating that is in alignment with what you want to communicate? And if it's not in alignment, what changes do you need to make? What things do you need to say different? Perhaps you need to do more email marketing so you communicate what you're doing. I know for me, I need to communicate more of what the Love Camp is doing, because people are like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you offer retreats, and I didn't know you're going to Bali, and I didn't know, people say that all the time. So even for myself, I have committed to communicating more often, more frequent, and more effectively, quite honestly, because our businesses are a reflection of the effort and the work that we put into them. And what we communicate, whether verbal or nonverbal, is really key in what we're trying to accomplish. So I want you to think about it. I want you to say, what am I truly communicating? What message do I want to say the most? And I tell my clients sometimes, take a pulse of your business, whether it's talking to your current clients. I do that all the time in my Seasons of Love program. I ask people like, hey, why do you show up every week? What is it about this particular program that speaks to you? Maybe it's you putting a survey on your website, so you're communicating to them that I care about what you have to say. Your thoughts about our business are very important. The next factor that I want to share is honesty. Honesty. And just in the traditional fashion of everything that I've been talking about, you are who we're going to start with first. So are you honest with yourself? Are you someone who is honest enough to look at everything from the business you have, your commitment to the business, your challenges, any false narratives, things that you're doing that has been brought to your attention that doesn't serve the direction you say you want to go, but are you acknowledging it? But honesty with yourself first, being willing to say, these are things that work and these are things that don't work. This is where my strengths are and this is where my weaknesses are. And being willing to take stock so that you can do something different. And once you've done the work with yourself as an entrepreneur and you've got to been clear on your view of how you show up with your honesty, now the question becomes, what do your clients see? Are you integral? Are you in alignment with who you say your company is? Do you provide the services or products that align with your messaging? You've communicated that you are this, but is your honesty in how you show up as a provider of a product or service in alignment? And I will tell you, I think one of the hardest things for us sometimes is it's not to be honest, because I would not say that, but I would say to be able to see behind the shadows sometimes and to remove any ego or any false narratives about what we say or what we do or what we think about our business or even what we think about the directions we're going. The idea is that we have to be able to take a hard look, and part of being honest with ourselves is also being able to be honest with the client and the customer in our business practices and in our transparency. It is important, and it does allow folks to put more stake in your business. And that leads me to another factor. I'm going to skip over respect for a second because I want to talk a little bit about trust. The thing that I've realized, and we're no strangers to this, many of us do not trust Black businesses. Many of us, I'll say that again, I've heard it over and over again, we don't trust Black businesses. Now, I love that Black Business Network exists. I love it because at the end of the day, we do have to learn how to trust Black businesses. But in order to trust Black businesses, we have to be able to understand what aspects of myself do I not trust. And when I see someone that looks like me or has a business like me, what does that call forth? What does that trigger about myself that I haven't resolved? And some of it is generational. Some of it is so deep embedded in us that it gets in the way. However, some of it also requires us to going back to that honesty aspect and look at where we need to strengthen our business, to be in alignment with our passion and our purpose that we want to give to the community. We can't do it in a manner that pushes our potential customers away. And I get it. Many of us are in our genius. We're doing our service the way we do it all the time. We're practitioners. But part of being an effective entrepreneur, a powerful entrepreneur, an impactful entrepreneur, a lasting entrepreneur, because Black businesses go out of business faster than any other demographics. We want to make sure that we can earn the trust of our community, of our client. And the way that we do that is making sure that we are trustworthy, making sure that we have done the things that will allow us to see where we fall short. And that's not me being critical, because I love and support Black business. I wouldn't have it any other way. I love and support Black business, but I also know that there is room for us to take a hard look. Now, let's be clear. Part of why we're also not able to be as trustworthy, some of it is what we have to work on within ourselves. And some of it is because we also need to look at how do we solve some of the problems that Black businesses have that other groups do not have, whether it's limited resources and capital or resources. Sometimes it's we're great at a certain skill. That's what we bring to the business, but we're not so great at the business acumen. I'll be the first to tell you, I am a proponent of surrounding myself around people that are smarter than me, that know what they're doing, that can give the services that I just don't know how to do. And so I'm encouraging us today to look at, is there any aspect of your business that makes your company, your services not trustworthy? And because these 7 factors are connected, are there things you're communicating that support you not being trustworthy? And are there areas within you that trust is lacking, so you can't even allow yourself to find resource partners that will show up for you? And for those of us that are collaborative in our spirit, I ask us, are we trustworthy? If we want to be collaborative and we want people to partner with us so our businesses can thrive together, are we collaborative because we know how to trust? And we know how to have the honest, transparent conversations that are hard to have. Like, look, I've been through some stuff. I haven't always been able to trust the way I need to, but I know that I can't do this thing by myself. And I know that if I work with you based on what I see you doing, we could get there together and vice versa. But here's what I need to trust. Can we promise to keep the communication, or can we align on communication that's healthy, this transparent, this authentic? Can we make sure that we're honest in our communication, even when things feel a little off? Which leads me to another one of the factors that I have found in the entrepreneurial space is critical. And that is, at the end of the day, I would love for you to make sure that you are looking at how well you can be vulnerable. Because way too often we know that we don't know how to be as vulnerable with self, let alone another. And there is some vulnerability that is in any aspect of life that we do, including business and entrepreneurship. Whether we're being vulnerable about where we are, what we don't know, how we feel, what we need, even when we're falling short on accomplishing the things that we feel we want to accomplish, we got to be willing to be vulnerable with each other. We got to be willing to get past that we don't know how to easily trust, or trust doesn't feel safe. And to be fair, to be very fair, I know that trust and vulnerability is often earned. And I also know that not every business, not every person is in alignment. However, what I see that's really critical is that we need to be able to demonstrate more vulnerability with each other. We need to be willing to have the conversations that are uncomfortable, the conversations that make us feel seen and exposed. But that is the way that we're going to get to our next level. No one gets to their next level, business-wise or professionally or personally, without some form of support. And so today, I'm really hoping that we'll look at these 7 factors and look at where are you out? Like, great with communicating. I don't have an issue with communicating. I could do that. But there's some other areas I need to work on. Which leads me to another one of the factors. I got 2 left. The next factor I want to talk about, and I hope by now you're seeing how they're all interconnected. We teach how to use them in relationship skills in our community, because we believe, just like with business, we want you to be living in your purpose and your passion. We feel that way with relationships. In the Black community, we are not having the healthiest relationships. And so what I'm sharing today is applicable in your household as well. But the next factor that I want to talk about is safety. Sometimes when we are getting ready to step outside of ourselves in the entrepreneurial space, outside of our comfort zone, we don't always necessarily feel safe. So we're assessing the risk aversion. We're assessing, is this the time? We're assessing how do we want to move with a particular new product, a particular person, a particular partnership, a particular service. And I, even for myself, I've been doing a lot of that. How much of the Love Camp services do I want to launch? And what I will say is that part of being safe in what you do is an important factor. Feeling safe is an important factor of what you do when you do it. But let's talk about what safety looks like from an entrepreneurial space, because sometimes things are not going to feel safe, but they are necessary. And so when we talk about safety, I'm using it with a little bit of air quotes from the entrepreneurial space. And I'm going to distinguish what I have found to be the distinction, and you find what works best for you. So, of course, we know to the extreme, if someone has shown up where they want to partner with you and their reputation professionally isn't in alignment, they say one thing, do something else, perhaps maybe their way of being is totally opposite of what aligns with who you are. Those are obvious ways you don't feel safe to go into business, right? It's obvious. But sometimes it gets a little gray where, let's say you want to offer a new product or service and you feel like it would make a difference in the community. But then the question becomes, is it the time to invest those resources? Is this the best way to invest those resources? Have I done enough research for this product to be received in the community? All of the things that you want to consider, does it feel safe, so to speak? And sometimes you're not going to feel safe, but if you've done the research and you've done the deep dig inside of what you're trying to accomplish, and the research and the data says that it's a good thing to do, sometimes you're going to have to stretch yourself. So when we talk about safety as a factor, what we're really saying is, have you done the inner searching to see what message is communicating to you about, is this the right timing? Is this the right connection? Is this the right business partner? Is this the right investment method? But thinking enough to not allow your comfort zone to get in the way of taking a risk that is a calculated risk to support and move your business forward. So we're looking at safety from how safe do we feel, not only with a new product, new service, new resource, but also with the people that we may engage with. And being honest with ourselves, like, I like what they offer, I like what they provide, but something about it doesn't feel like this is the right connection for me. This is not the right partnership for my company. I've had people approach me and want to partner with me and not be the right fit. And I've had to be honest with myself and also do the assessment of, is this a safe thing to do? How is this going to affect my brand, my business? How is this going to affect my moves that I want to make going forward? And finally, the factor that I also want to share with you is respect. And I usually give them in alphabetical order, but I'm giving them in random because I think they're applicable based on the things that I'm sharing today. And respect is kind of self-explanatory, but interesting enough, it is probably one of the ones that I think gets in the way of that passion and purpose that we want to have in our business. And I'll tell you why. Because if we're not tying honesty, if we're not being honest, and then we are like, when I first was becoming an entrepreneur, I wasn't really respecting what I knew would really honor who I am. I just, like I said earlier, I was focused on freedom. I was like, whoop, I want freedom. But it is a form of disrespect to self, at least in my opinion, when we are focusing so much on one aspect of a thing with our business that isn't true to who we are, because you almost feel like you are betraying yourself in some ways. That might be too strong of a word, but it is a form of disrespect to self when we're not in alignment with what we want to bring to the world in our business and services. And I know that the world is full of, we live in a capitalistic society. So I know the world is full of, let's just get the paper, let's get the bag. There's plenty of opportunity. And I agree that there is plenty of opportunity. But my message is, how do we align it so that we are respecting who we truly are, what we truly want, and the vision that we have for ourselves in our business world. And for those of us to think about business from a legacy perspective, it's not just about the freedom. It's not just about the money. It's not just about giving the best of what I have to the marketplace, but it's really about, man, I want my legacy. I want my community to be better and my legacy be a result of helping that community. Then we have to make sure that we are respecting ourselves, but we're also respecting those individuals that we go into business with. So that's the thing that I want you to think about. When you think about these 7 factors, think about, where are you? How are you implementing them? How are they serving you? And I also want to tell you before I close out today that one of the most challenging things that we can do as entrepreneurs is get in the way of our true alignment because we're not willing to take a look. We're not willing to take a look. And I will tell you, I was very guilty of that. My first 2 go-arounds. My 3rd go-around, by then I was like, I need to take a look at this. Something going on, because, failure teaches you a lot of lessons in life. And I use failure with a badge of honor because, again, I was so myopic in my view, so narrow focused. I knew what I wanted, but my entrepreneurship endeavor was just that. It was just an endeavor because I had not taken an honest look. I was so busy being busy with running away from my 9 to 5 that I didn't take chance. I didn't take stock of what the gift was that I really wanted to bring into the world, but also who I was being. As a coach, one of the things I've trained people on for almost 2 decades is really taking stock of who you're being and the thing that you're doing, even as an entrepreneur. Even as an entrepreneur, you can choose to show up in a certain way of being that amplifies the direction you're going or compresses it. It can expand where you're trying to go, or it can condense it. And I believe that all of us that are part of the Black Business Network are striving to expand. And so the more we take an inward look, the more we have that honest conversation with ourselves to be able to say, these are the ways that I am being in my passion and alignment because I'm using these 7 factors to move me forward. I'm using these 7 factors as skills, not just as nice to have, but all synergistically. I'm using them as skills so that I can continue to strengthen myself as an entrepreneur. So I'm hoping that today you were able to grasp some great insights from this particular presentation. I would say, as I leave you, I would say that entrepreneurship is, as you know, a journey. And I'm a baby at it, even though I've had endeavors and our company is growing and evolving. I still like to consider myself a baby because there's so much that I want to learn and so much that I'm excited about, and so much to partner with folks as we continue to bring the services that we bring to our community. What I would leave you with is that you have the opportunity to take entrepreneurship by storm. And I would ask that you do it, not and I would ask that you do it with alignment, with passion, and with purpose wrapped inside of your integral look. What does integrity look like for you? So I'm wishing you a wonderful day. If you want to get in touch with me, you can get in touch with me at thelovecamp.co, thelovecamp.co. And you can also email me at renee@thelovecamp.co. It's been my pleasure today.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Renee. We appreciate your time. And remember, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side. All right. Well, we're going to get into our sponsorship today. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate our scholarship fund or use the Cash App, which is the $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can also register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund, and we want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for September 2024. NC 100, Sood Soul, Carolina, Virginia Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success, The Quality Coaching Company, Our Superwoman Business Services, Creative Focus Studios, Lead Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expos. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said,
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution. A movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
How are you?
I'm good. Where's my popcorn, dude?
Listen, if you do a good job on this interview, you get some popcorn. That's the deal.
That's the deal you make with your nuggets. Ow!
Down to the final four with our gurus. You've gone from 15,000 finalists, top four this week. Each of them will have a chance to shine. We spoke to Dr. Cooper Boone yesterday. This morning, WNBA champion turned life coach Fran Harris is with us right now. She's going to answer some questions in just a little bit.
I'm grooving right now.
Yeah, though. I know. Express yourself. You just express. Well, let's get to know Fran Harris a little bit better.
Love and happiness.
That is how I am feeling tonight. I'm feeling loved, I'm feeling happy, I'm also feeling humbled and ignited by this award. I know that what starts here changes the world, but I also believe that in order to continue to change the world, we must challenge what we do here. We must ask the question, why? We must ask the question, why not? Why are there not more black instructors at the University of Texas? Why are there not more female athletic directors in the country? Of course, most importantly, why did it take them so long to get Bluebell ice cream back?
Absolutely. It's a great comparison to Steve Jobs. I mean, 2 years ago, Brian, nobody even knew who this guy was. It wasn't until I saw him on Oprah that I had any sense for who he was. I didn't know he was a senator, but that shows you the power of marketing and branding.
I think there are resolutions to any problem. I really do. And sometimes it's not going to be the one you want. I mean, if you came to me and talked to me about your nugget, there's some things you're not going to want to hear.
Sport and family are two things that have helped define Fran for her entire life.
I didn't start playing basketball until I was 15 years old. My senior year, we ended up going 34-0 and becoming the NCAA's first undefeated women's national championship team.
She followed up her college career with a championship as part of the WNBA's Houston Comets.
So on one hand, I work with Fortune 100 companies who have $50 million marketing and sales budgets, all the way down to the sister who just has this great idea in her mind that she can't quite figure out how to bring it to the market. So it may not necessarily be a big $100 million business, but it's that idea, it's that dream, it's that passion, it's her calling that she has.
You do not want to hurt her feelings as she is a loose cannon and may go off, but it is getting worse. Please advise the best way to deal with her.
And I got this question because what? I'm just asking. I'm just saying.
Love eaters in Texas.
Let's get Fran all the really disgusting questions.
I'm going to talk to you about the 3 C's of badass championship teams. And initially, it was just the 3 C's of championship teams. But then I realized that I'd actually played on championship teams, but I've also played on several badass championship teams. And those things have a little bit of a different tenor when you start to break down what those championship teams had on them.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth imagineer and the founder of Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction, where we use the concept of small change to big things to help businesses double their profits in less than 12 months. I'm also your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. This afternoon, we have a treat for you. We have Miss Fran Harris, and Miss Harris is everything. She's a business optimization and explosion expert who has a simple mantra. If you want to have an amazing life or career, there's no room for excuses. Amen. Her witty, inspirational, and unconventional insights about life and business have made her one of the most sought after corporate speakers and coaches in America. She's the author of 20, count them, 20 books. Recently hosted Home Rules, a life and home renovation show on HGTV, where her candor and insights reach millions of viewers each week. Fran draws upon her electrifying career as both an elite athlete, organizational consultant, sales trainer, TV personality, and megapreneur to help individuals and companies create soaring success. Her expertise, quick wit, candor have landed her on hundreds of TV shows, radio shows, including The Today Show, CNBC, CNN, Fox Business, TLC, Comedy Central, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, Oprah's radio network, many, 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 many others. She's the co-founder of the Black Millionaire Summit and Black Business University. That is a ton, but you are going to be so thrilled with all the things she has to impart on you in terms of wisdom. So I present to you Miss Fran Harris.
Am I in the building? Did I finally arrive?
You just blew in like the hurricane coming up. Woo!
Good to see you. Great to be here with you.
You too. It's a pleasure. I have seen you on many things. I'm sure the audience is looking, going, I know her. So welcome to the Black Business Network and Black Business Expo. We are going to do a fireside chat. And normally I do this chit chat stuff, but you have so many experiences and such a wealth of knowledge that I don't want people to miss a minute of it. So if you are okay and ready, we can jump right in. All right. Well, the first thing I'm going to have you talk about is the mantra. No excuses, so talk about, kind of how you develop that mantra, how it's impacted both your your non-professional life, like when your college days, your professional life, and then your personal life.
Yeah, I think that came about from being an athlete. I didn't start playing basketball until I was 15 years old, but I immediately got immersed into championship culture. Literally, the first team I was on went 40-0. The next team, I may have lost 3 games in high school. I lost 9 games over 4 years in college. So there wasn't a lot of losing in my life as an athlete, but I immediately, as I said, got immersed into championship culture because I had the absolute best coaches. And there was something that was consistent about my first high school coach all the way to, when I was playing in USA national system. These coaches expected this level of effort, right? And there was film, and then there were conversations and one-on-ones with your coaches where there just wasn't any room for excuses. And believe me, I tried to make my share of them just like everybody else did. Well, I didn't get to this rebound because of this, and I didn't run on that one because of this. And every time I was always met with, this stern look like, okay, you can make progress or you can make excuses. And I really adopted that. I really did. At some point early in my college career, I was like, okay, if you're going to be great at whatever you're going to be great at, you've got to be able to look at your effort and your performance very analytically, not emotionally. We're all emotional. Don't let anybody tell you we're not emotional about stuff. We are.
But when it comes to performance and where you want to be in your life, at some point you have to be able to split those and go, let me look at my effort where my business is concerned or where my relationship is concerned. Let's say it doesn't even have to be a business. And let me look at how I am, what I'm giving to this and what I'm getting out of it, and try to see the correlation between my effort and my performance and my commitment and my results. And so for me, it takes all the gray out of everything. Just don't make excuses.
Yeah. I'm a big Star Wars fan. And my favorite line out of all of them is Yoda's. There's do and do not.
That's right. No try.
So your no excuses is kind of the same thing. You did it or you didn't. All right. Are you going to make it happen or you're not? What's going to be? So, well, let's expand on that a little bit more and talk about, from your days at UT, Hook 'em Horns, right?
Yeah.
So your days at UT, as an elite athlete playing, on a undefeated collegiate team, national championship, etc. NBA, WNBA, and national championships there. Expound a little bit more on the lessons that you gained from that and how you applied it both to your business, career, and again in your coaching, so your success in business, but then also your coaching of others in business. Yes.
First thing that popped in my mind as you were formulating your question was, I've always played on great teams, and that was a lesson, right? It doesn't sound like a lesson, but it is. Everything that's come to me has come to me as a result of the people that I surrounded myself with. I could have gone to a different college and been the best player on that team. I could have hit all the scoring records. I was going to go to SMU instead of going to UT because I was from Dallas. And literally nobody would have ever caught my records. That's literally what the coach told me. Mm-hmm. And he was right. But I had to take a look at what I wanted for my life. Did I want to be on the Olympic team? Did I one day want to play on a professional basketball team? Did I one day want to be, certain things, aspire to do certain things like broadcaster and ESPN? I'm not sure that I would have gotten put into those situations had I not been on a great team. A great team at UT, meaning surrounding myself with the university that I went to, with the coach that I went to. That is a powerful business lesson. A lot of people shine. They want all the accolades. They want all the stuff. When you are on a great team, you're not going to always get all tournament. You're not going to always be all American. And I had to experience that. But I wanted the opportunity to win at the highest level. And that meant sometimes I'm going to have to sacrifice my individual stuff. Sometimes I'm going to have to pass the ball instead of shooting it, which didn't always make me extremely happy. But in the end, we won a national championship. In the end, I was player of the year 2 times in a row. I mean, I still got all my individual stuff, but I was surrounded by such greatness. And so when I started to build my businesses, the first thing I always look for is someone who can bring that level of passion and commitment to being great. That's it. Because I believe I can probably teach you, depending on what it is, how to do your job, how to be better at your job. But if you don't have a desire for greatness, if you don't have a deep burning based on your calling or your purpose, then my job as a leader is much more difficult. So lesson number 1, surround yourself with greatness.
Interesting. When I managed corporate, and when I had my own businesses with staff as well, one of the first questions I would ask someone who was looking for a promotion was, if I tapped you with a magic wand today, tell me the 3 things that you would change immediately. To the point you're making, I wanted to see right away, did they want to make something happen? Did they want to get something done? And I'm hearing you saying, look, you're looking for people who are trying to make something happen, be better. And that's a big component of success. You get that right?
Yeah, for sure. And I would add to that, because you made me think about, I always get younger people who want me to mentor them or whatever. And I will typically say, I really don't have a whole lot of time for mentoring, but I can help you in this moment. Send me your resume. So this happened a couple of months ago. A guy sent me his resume. It was all the stuff you see on most resumes. Did this, reported to this, helped this, but it did not show me his impact on that organization. Right. So I go, all right, pretty typical resume. What impact did you have in this company? What did you do? Did you take them from A to Z? Did you take them from A to Q? Did they come in, they were at 121 and you took them to 721? I need to know the impact. I don't know what impact you had on this company. And he was like, what? I said, yeah. So you're sending me the plain generic, what I did in my job. I don't care that you sat at your job for 3 years. You know, I don't care about any of that. I want to see what impact you had on the organization. And that's the only thing that matters. I said, and those resumes stand out. So it was less about, you know, these desires that you have. What's better or different because you were present, because I lived. When I die, my tombstone's gonna say, "Woo, child," right? Because I'm doing everything that I want to do. I am leaving my tank completely empty, and that's impact. That's what I always tell folks that they need to aspire to do. Have impact wherever you go.
It's not about activity.
No,
not about activity. It's about results, outcomes.
That's right.
So let's stick with that in terms of kind of understanding folks as well. When you were on TV, you know, TV is a completely different medium. You talked about it being on ESPN, the HGTV, you know, show House Rules, etc. Very different than the general business, but similar in the sense that you got to know your audience. You got to know who you're targeting, you know, your target market. Talk about that experience and what you gained from that you didn't know about targeting an audience or really understanding who you were reaching out to, et cetera, that you were able to use in your coaching with businesses.
What I learned early in my TV career was me being me is more appealing than me trying to be somebody else, right? So depending on what kind of television you do. Now, we don't expect Lester Holt to say, you know, colloquialisms, and we don't expect him to do that on 2020, right? But I'm in sports, and when I was doing life coaching, even on Good Morning America, there's freedom for me to incorporate who I am, and it's not code switching. It's, I mean, you can probably attest to this. Like if you were in a frat, you got some jargon that you use with your fraternity brothers, like I do with my basketball sisters, like we do at our church. It's like there's jargon, there's a language around your affinity groups. And so when I started in television, I come out of a corporate environment. So I was very corporate because I was used to keynote speaking in corporate America, even though I had a good sense of humor. And a producer was like, you know, if you would be who you are around the pool at the production thing when we're kind of hanging out, like you can do that on TV. You do know that, right? And that really changed my career because now people got to see my personality. They got to hear the knowledge. There was never a question about the knowledge and the experience and the expertise, but it became wrapped in personality. And so then people were like, I want to hear what you have to say because we know you're going to throw something crazy in there. We know you're going to. So I learned that it's always, there are very few instances and situations where you have to be somebody else, you know, like where you can't be who you are. And for me, that's been the thing that's really elevated my career in every single aspect, was just my willingness and my courage to go, you know, this is who I am. And this is what I'm going to be. I'm going to be this on television. I'm going to be this in the board meeting. And that's the feedback that I constantly get from people who experience me as well.
Yeah, good. Which ties a lot, you know, for those out there in the kind of the entrepreneur role, you know, tying to the branding piece that just says, again, whether you are a TV media, you know, a personality, a TV media mogul, you know, someone who, you know, cleans up TVs, you know, as your janitorial company, whatever it is, it's about knowing who you are, who you're serving, and be that thing. My dad used to say, if you're gonna be a janitor, be the best janitor that you know, sweep a street, make sure you sweep that street better than anyone else. And I think that's what you're saying. It's like, look, know who you are, and then be that, you know, at all times, and you'll get success from that. Yeah,
there's power in being who you are, for sure.
All right. So now I want to get on the books piece too. Actually, I want to get on so many things. I hope you don't run out of time. But 20. How did you get to 20 books? That's a lot of writing. That's a lot of writing.
This is pre-AI for sure. So I wrote those books. The AI didn't help me write those books. I laugh about that all the time because I think about how long it's taken me to write certain books. Like I just published a novel set in the world of the WNBA, the Women's National Basketball Association, and it was the first novel written about the WNBA. And it took me maybe 6 months to write that book, which may not seem like which may seem like a long time for some people, but for me, I write very quickly. So I just always write what I know. I always write what I'm experiencing. So the first book I wrote was about our championship team at Texas. Makes sense. I just come through that. I was in grad school maybe 2 or 3 years later after we won our championship. So I wrote about that experience, and I've used that book. Here's the most important thing, not just writing about that book, but the principles in that book helped us to win a national championship, undefeated. I use that same book in corporate talks, right? Exactly. So, people call me, hey, come talk to us about championship team building and leadership. That's a book that I sell to corporations that I wrote when I was in my mid-20s. The tenets and the principles still the same. So I don't just write books. I write books so that I can further the tenets in the rest of my brand, consulting, coaching.
That's what I want you to get into with the folks out there, is how they can use that to leverage their overall business, their credibility, especially for, smaller entrepreneurs or solopreneurs, etc. Talk about how you can use that as a business model for your branding, for your marketing aspects, your lead generation, etc.
Yeah, so the first book I wrote, as I mentioned, The Dream Season, which was about our championship, was pre-internet. So I'm selling hard copy books and going out and speaking and those kinds of things, because I've always known that it's not about the book, it's about the hook. And the hook of the book was that this team was an undefeated, the NCAA's first undefeated women's championship team. That's the hook. The book was just the package that I put together. So I talk about the hook. I would talk about the hook with everybody that I could come in contact with. And those people started asking me to come speak to their corporations. Wells Fargo, Procter & Gamble, Apple, you name it. I was talking about leadership and championship and winning in my 20s based on what I'd written in the book. So if you have a book right now, stop seeing it as a book. Stop seeing it as a book, because it literally is the basis for, if you want it to be your $1 billion baby, if you really want it to be, just look at what Tony Robbins has done. Basically, that started with him writing some kind of book and then starting to do his events. So don't look at your book as, the $9 book is just the beginning. In fact, that's a lost leader. I'm never trying to, I'm going to make millions of dollars from this book. What I'm going to make millions from, this is how you should be thinking, is from my speaking, from my courses, from my certifications, from my consulting. That's where the $1 billion, the million, and the $1 billion baby come in. So make sure you write the book, because it's an authority ticket more than anything. But what really is going to set your world on fire with your influence and your income is your ability to get the message of that book into the hands of people who want to pay for your expertise.
Well, I definitely want to talk with you about that offline personally. I've got the lead generation book, the $9. Oh, I do it for free.
For free,
Gotta work on that part. But just wrote the other book, the more elaborate one for exactly that purpose. So I will tap onto you for some strategic ideas on that. Talk a little bit about maybe the book that you wrote that meant the most to you, and talk a little bit about why and how you use that within your kind of daily life or your daily work.
I wrote a book in 2010 called Will the Real You Please Stand Up? I think you may be able to get that on Amazon. Will the real you please stand up? And I'm not kidding you when I say that God just flowed that book through me. I wrote that book in about a month. It's hard copy, hardcover, and it's really about stepping into your calling and your purpose. And I think that's why it just came out of me, because I was at a point in my life where I had done well financially, but I still felt like I had not even scratched the surface for what I've been put here to do. And so I wrote that book, and I didn't care about the sales. I didn't care. I got a $50,000 book advance for it. I didn't care anything about that. I didn't care about how it sold, because I needed to write that book. I needed to birth that baby. And that has to the date, other than my millionaire book, has been probably the most profound book I've ever written, because it digs deeper. It digs into the layers, the things that stop people from pursuing their dreams, from really letting go and becoming who God made them to be. And so I'm super proud of that book, but I'm also super inspired by the book, because it's the book that got me, that just took me to a completely different level. The things that happened literally when I just said, okay, the book is done, literally shut my computer down. Like everything just opened up because I needed that work as much as I wanted the readers of that book to do that work as well.
Oh, that's special. That's special. Thanks for sharing that. Now you've done obviously a lot of exciting team things at the team sports level, but you've also been corporate life. And you alluded to it a little bit earlier in your answer, but talk about team aspects in corporate and business structures, and the things that you have found most impactful in or most important and most present for high performing teams at the business level. And if you want to relate that to the things at the sports level, add that into it.
Well, I mean, it ties directly to when you're an athlete, because we talked about in the first 5 minutes of this conversation is results are the only thing that really matter. I mean, ultimately, if your coach doesn't get results, your coach is going to be fired. Ultimately, if you don't get results, you're going to be fired. But it's how you do it. And the culture part of that is the how. So when I worked for Procter & Gamble for, I think, 4.5 years, I had a great meteoric career, because I know how to get results. But I actually didn't feel very inspired by the work that I was doing, even though I was doing well. And I know some of y'all can identify with that. Like, it's possible to do well and not necessarily be in your purpose while you're doing it because you're doing tasks. So one of the things I learned in corporate America that became really important to me was my ability to inspire people to aspire higher. So I was doing that at a very early age. I was managing, leading men and women who were twice my age. How is that even possible? Well, it's completely about people's willingness to buy into the vision that you have for the team. And so leadership is a lot about, people think leadership is about people liking you and people, you telling people what to do. And that's actually not what leadership is about. It's about helping people to get on board for the big vision that you guys have for the team, not just your vision, but their vision for the team as well. And I learned that at a very early age in corporate America. Why are these people following me? I don't know. They know more than I do, but there was something about my ability to get people to buy in to the excitement, to the purpose, to the hope of what we could become that people latched onto. So I think that's a very important in corporate America when we're getting, everything is extremely toxic and extremely just weird these days, getting people to buy into a positive vision. And I do intentionally say positive because it could be a negative one. A positive vision of what is possible for their lives is really what leadership is all about.
Interesting. Good. You've been on a lot of things where you were influencing people and you knew you were influencing people. So whether it was on the, house rules where, you're giving input to folks about changes they need to make, or your time at Shark Tank where you're giving, recommendations. I mean, you're going to be impacting them, you're influencing them, et cetera, in those roles and situations. Talk about a situation where you had influence and impact on someone that you didn't know you were going to be. I mean, your intention wasn't to have impact, but it did. And you found out about it later. Talk about a situation like that and what led to it.
I'm laughing now because I thought of several, but the reason I'm laughing is because I come from a very funny family, like humorous, extremely witty. They could have been all stand-up comics, just quick-witted. And recently, like over the last 4 years during the pandemic, I started to kind of tap into, like, personally, everybody who knows me personally knows I'm very funny, but I would never do stuff online, because I don't have time for that. I'm teaching my business stuff, but I started to open up a little bit with some of my characters and some of the kind of people that I grew up with, and just kind of like, there's this woman that I do a character called Miss Roney, Sister Roney. And she is the lady in the church who knows everybody's business. She's the lady in the church that does the announcements and does not care that she's hurting your feelings. And I did that character. And from day one hit, everybody was like, we know her.
That's right.
And so I didn't do it to inspire people. I didn't do it to do anything. I just felt
having fun. You're just having fun.
Yeah. And immediately people start saying, I just want to tell you how much you've inspired me to pursue this, right? Like when you do Miss Roney, I think I used to think that my time had passed. I used to think that this ship, all of that. I never expected that at all. And that continues to happen. So I continue to do. I just did a movie. I just produced a movie that comes out, I think, in January. I produced, wrote it, and directed it, and she's the main character. So that character went from just me turning on a camera and acting silly on Facebook on my private page to people starting businesses, taking up comedy, leaving bad relationships. Literally, like Ms. Roney has inspired me to do things that I would not have done after 40. So that was the first. That was the second thing that came to mind when you asked that question.
Now you dropped a nugget. So what's the title of the movie and when is it coming out?
The movie is called Roney Rules, like it's RONI, Roney Rules, and her name is Sister Roney.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
And coming out this year, or
it's coming out in 2025. That's what's on IMDb, which is the big movie database. You can see that on IMDb. It's scheduled to come out in 25, but it may come out before Christmas. Before Christmas this year.
Well, that will lead me into another question then. I'm gonna jump to the hard business question that everybody out there always has. So we all know how tough it is, to be successful in anything. And one of the reasons that most businesses fails have to do with finances, poor cash flow, access to capital, those kinds of things. With all the ventures that you've had, obviously producing a movie, it takes capital, takes, money, maybe ways to do it creatively, etc. Talk about some of the lessons you've learned along the way around managing budgets, and especially around access to capital, or accessing capital.
Yeah. The first thing I will say is, never let any financial mishaps you've had have anything. I mean, they happen. Like you had them. That means that they're in the past. You had them. And in 2024, nothing you've done financially, even if it was the worst screw up that you thought it was, nothing you've done financially should be in your way in 2024. That may not necessarily have been the case in like 2000. It really wasn't. The internet was relatively, new, and you couldn't just pop up and put a product up and be making $10,000 tomorrow. You can actually do that now. So I want to say, number one, whatever financial mishap you've had or you're struggling with right now, it could easily be a thing of the past if you are willing to delve into the psychology that you have around money. So I didn't come from a rich family. I did not come from a rich family. My parents didn't even finish high school. My dad started his own company. My mother started her own company. They wanted different and bigger things from their generation. I saw that. And then I wanted more for my generation and for me. And so I wasn't born with the platinum spoon or any of that rich family or anything like that. I had to get it out the mud just like everybody else did. But I learned very early my psychology around money. I learned about the mistakes that I made, bad credit, overspending, all that stuff in my 20s, did it, dealt with it. Like, okay, good. Did that, been there, done that. Don't need to do that anymore. If my psychology changes. And so when your psychology changes, and I can't tell you what your psychology is, mine is, I deserve to be wealthy, right? Not that it was an aspiration like you ought to be rich, you ought to be wealthy. I started to say that to myself. There's no reason for you to have $1 billion skill set and have $100 bank account. It doesn't make sense. So that's the first thing I will say to all of you watching, whether you are a millionaire or whether you made $60 last week. Like there is a switch that you can turn on in your psychology that will change everything in your life. And for me, it was realizing that I didn't have to be poor. I didn't have to struggle. I didn't have to do any of that. Like I could literally create whatever I wanted. I'm wearing a WNBA t-shirt because I'm celebrating the WNBA for a lot of reasons. We can talk about what I'm doing with the WNBA right now, but I've raised almost $1 billion. I have commitments of almost $1 billion for a team that I want to bring to Austin in 3 months. We talk about how that happens, right? Because I don't know these people, and yet they are willing to give money because I go, hey, this is what you need to do. There is a reason that happens, but it starts with your psychology. So you gotta wrap your brain around your psychology around money. Do you think you deserve it? Are you accustomed to, we do what we're accustomed to doing. If you're accustomed to struggling, your temperature, your thermostat is set to struggling. So you're going to continue to struggle.
Yeah.
And you don't even know why. You don't even realize why you're struggling, because you've set your thermostat to that level. And so it's kind of inherent for you to keep doing what you do, to just keep getting by.
Good. I have clients that I have to work with on that issue, because even setting their price points, it's like, what?
Yes.
Why are you charging that? Well, because I'm not sure. Whoa, stop. You have this experience. You have that.
Yes.
You're delivering this. It should be here.
Cut it out.
Yes, stop.
Yeah.
I have a not-for-profit, even. It's a youth sports training, but it's youth development, using sports as a way of teaching soft skills.
Nice.
And it was the same conversation with them. When I went in, they were charging this infinitesimally small amount.
Yeah.
I said, why are you doing that? Well, because I said those, and they thought, well, because we're going after, lower income families to support them, et cetera. I said, well, you don't have any of those. I mean, the people you're registering aren't those people.
Yeah.
You're not doing activities to go get those folks. So charge these people this amount, because this is what you're doing, and this is what you're doing. Then you can have money to go after those folks. So it is one of those things that, like you said, it's how we think about ourselves,
100,
and what we're worth, or what value we have, that keeps us from making the right decision sometimes, in the business world. So
absolutely.
Now, $1 billion though, in what do you say,
3 or 4 months,
6 months,
yeah,
4 months?
Yeah,
that's a lot of millions every day. Yeah. And is this a team you're looking to for this next season, or
for 2027? I'm looking to bring a team to Austin. There right now, the expansion process, there's one more team for this cohort, if you will. It's the 16th team, so it would be the 16th team in the WNBA. And then, of course, the league's going to keep expanding, but we're shooting to get that final spot. And so we will be wrapping up our submission in the next maybe 60 days.
So I'm not as familiar with ownership in the WNBA. Talk about the presence of women in ownership, and Black women in ownership in the WNBA versus what we see on the court.
Yeah. So tremendous question. Nice little volley over there. We're the product. We've been the product since day one. I played on the Houston Comets' first championship team, which was the first season, the inaugural season of the WNBA in 1997. So I'm a Texas girl, grew up in Dallas, played at Texas and Austin, and played in Houston on that first championship team. We've been the product. The W is 92%. Nobody gave me that number, but it mostly, predominantly Black women. So the league, whatever its success is, has been built on the backs of Black women. And yet there are so few Black women in ownership roles, even in 2024, that is unacceptable. Right. So now there are certainly more Black women. There are Black women in Chicago. I know that DC, Renee Montgomery, who retired from the WNBA, is in Atlanta. Okay, we got sprinkles, here and there. But my call for ownership in the W is that at least 50% of the owners in the WNBA should be Black women, should be Black folks, should be people of color. That's where we need to go. And I'm unapologetic about that. And so
go ahead. Sorry.
No, what's that? Go ahead.
I was just going to ask: not constraint? Is it a constraint of resources or a constraint of mindset? Meaning, we just have excuses why that's not happening, or
Great
is it?
Question. Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So think about it. Today, if you read anything about the W lately, you're looking at $100 million franchise fee. That wasn't the case when I played in Houston, right? You could get it. The Las Vegas franchise now, they've been there for like 6 or 7 years. Mark Davis, who owns the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, bought the rights to the Aces for $2 million.
Oh, wow.
In 2017 and 2018.
Wait a second, I got that right.
Literally, that's exactly what I said. I said, yo, I will write that to you right now. Trust and believe, right? Wow. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, it just kind of pained me to be doing this in 2024 at the prices that we're doing it. But yeah, it was mindset, because I've always wanted to own the WNBA team. The first thought I had was when I was in my 30s, and I was like, oh, I can't really, do it now. And then the more you think that, the bigger the gulf becomes between what you want and what you can have is, because you start thinking, I can't do that. I don't know anybody else. So it's mindset. You got to turn that on. I'm going to go back to that psychology. Turn on your mindset. You can do it. You can do it. Now, I'm not going to pay $200 million for this team, but I know how to get access to that capital. And that's what it becomes. So once your mindset is right, once you are open to whatever, whether it's a team or an NFL team or whatever it is, once you're open to the possibility that you can join a group that can buy a team, now you're on your way, because now you're not saying, oh, that's out. I can't, that's shut out from me. I can't do that. That's not what people like me do. Women don't do that. Black folks don't do that. None of that is true, actually. So it's about opening your mind up to the possibility of being in an environment where you can participate in a wealth strategy that gets you to be part ownership of a team. And so for me, the perfect time, even though sometimes I go, God, I wish I could have paid $2 million for it like 10 years ago. Right. But now the influence I have is very different than it was 10 years ago. And so therefore, when I get on the phone or Zoom with people, they're locked in and they're like, how can we, what do we need to do? Like, that's where we are. And so always be grateful for where you are. You are exactly where you should be. Who knows if I would have been able to raise $10 million, 20 years ago. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't try it. But today, who I am, the package that I am now is on the phone with, some of the wealthiest people in the world who are asking me, can we be a part of this deal? Right. And that totally starts with a mindset, but it does come down to access. It doesn't mean access to capital. It could be relationship capital. It can be, network capital. That's what you need. You need people who trust and believe that what you say you're going to do, you're going to do. That's the key to raising capital.
I think the other piece to that, and you started alluding to it in terms of partnerships, which is also the value, understanding your value and worth. What do I have?
Yes.
I don't have cash, but what do I have that they can use, that I can barter to get the thing that I want and need? And I was fortunate in my time with Pepsi and some other, folks to be able to have, business markets that I was responsible for, but my budgets weren't as big as my ideas, and things I wanted to get done. But what I would do was very good at going out and saying, I don't have any money. You're with Pepsi. I don't have any money, but here's what I got. I got X number of retail operations that have this kind of, numbers going through them every day. That means this many eyeballs on yours. What will you do with me for? And so a lot of small businesses, I start telling them the same thing. Like when I'm working with them, it's not about how much money you have. It's, taking what you have and what you control, which is you, and how do you put that in place? And so talk about your partnerships and how you went out and kind of, really utilize and leverage, all those other resources, and give some advice to other folks about, how they can leverage or where they can find those other resources, discover those other resources in doing the kinds of things that you've been able to do in your business world.
The first thing I will say to anyone who has enormous dreams and maybe feeling like, I don't have the capital or the network, I don't know people like you do, Fran, I don't whatever. Let me tell you the two things that I believe are responsible for the influence I have among some of the wealthiest people in the world, and wealth with money and wealth with power and position. Not celebrity, by the way. That's different. I'm not talking about celebrities. I don't care about celebrity. I'm talking about real impact in the world. The two things that have made the biggest difference in my life. Number one, my character has written more checks than any amount of money. My character. Your character walks in the door in introductions way before you do. So I can get meetings and talk to people and get people to write checks because they are well aware of my character. Okay? Like y'all want to hear something fancy and all, that's it. My character and my integrity. So you may not.
And I was going to say that, talk about what character is and isn't, because a lot of people will hear that and say, oh, it's your reputation. No, yes, no. But it's not the fact that I was on the championship team. So talk about what that really means.
Yeah. Character is that it's an elusive but very real expression of who you are at the core, right? So if that's honesty, for me, that's directness, that's integrity, that's I do what I say I'm going to do, or I tell you that I'm not going to do. I can't do it, right? I'm never going to say, yeah, yeah, we'll do that. Let's get together. Anything as small as I'm going to call you tomorrow. If I can't call you tomorrow, I'm going to text you that night and say, hey, I know I said I'll call you tomorrow, but I'm not going to be able to. And I did that before we got on this thing. I text Eric Kelly, Dr. Eric Kelly, and I was about to go, hey, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do today. And then I scratched it out because I could. We had a conversation, right? So it's doing what you say you will do. That kind of track record follows you. So people know, hey, let me tell you something. Fran Harris, she's going to keep it a buck. You're not going to always like what she has to say, but she is always going to speak with courage. She's always going to speak with compassion, but she's going to be very honest. And most people are not. That's what follows me. So my character is the essence of who I am. You can't fake it. It's impossible to fake who you are, because that builds your reputation. As Sydney said, like, your character starts to follow you, and then it becomes the scent that people smell before they meet you. And so when people see me, they meet me, they go, hey, I've heard a lot about you. And I go, what did you hear? I always ask them, what did you hear? Because sometimes you don't know if you want to hear that. I go, what did you hear? So like, we heard that you're about the business. We heard that you have an immense amount of character and integrity. And they go, but they said, well, we heard that you're very direct. I go, okay, that's fair. Like all of that's fair. I can deal with that. But it really is, when people want to do business with you, they want to do business with you, and they only want to do business with you because they know they know what they're going to get. They know ultimately we're going to win. You have like this guy told me yesterday, he's like, you have a reputation of winning the right way. Like, you win. If you're attached to it, you win. And there's no shenanigans. I say, no, there's never going to be any of that, because I'm not going to do that to my name and my family. My parents worked very hard for us to have what we have, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to throw that away. So your character, your integrity, just understand, and if you ever want to know what your reputation is, do not be afraid to ask people, and don't be afraid to hear what it is, because think about this. I mean, what people think about me is them, right? Some people have thoughts about me. I don't know where they got them. So I'm not overly concerned about what you think about me, but I do know the essence of who I am. And so if anything is kind of incongruent with that, I'll set that straight. But otherwise, you can think whatever you want to think. My dad used to say, I look at the results. The results are that if I call somebody right now and say, can you connect me with XYZ? Even if it's the most famous person in the world, I'm probably 2 steps away from that introduction. Not because I know the famous people, but because my scent, my reputation is super positive, and it's aligned with who I am in the world.
Right. And it tends to attract more of the same.
Absolutely.
That just says, and once that is, people look at, I remember in grad school, you know how in college, everybody, classes will have work groups and study groups and that. And, so I was one of the couple that, they always wanted in the group because of, my results, my performance.
You're gonna get it done.
but it's one of those things where you're like, no, not you. I know the other people. No. And so we would always congregate together. It's like, yeah, we are going to, have a work group together because we know we can trust each other, work at the same level, et cetera. So yeah, those folks are going to always find each other, which makes it easier for you to get the things done that you want to do in the future. So
great point. Attraction. Like, if you guys have probably heard this, like, if you ever want to know what you are, where your internal mindset and heart set is, look at what you're attracting. It's the same thing our parents used to say. If your parents were my parents' age, which would be like in their 80s and 90s, my mom would always say, watch your crowd. Like, your crowd is going to tell me everything about what you're thinking about yourself. And it's so true. Like, we hated hearing that. I hated when my mother said, you better watch your crowd. But now I get it because she's saying who you surround yourself with, who you attract, has a lot to do with what you put out.
You hang out with so-and-so, you're going to be something.
That's right. It is so true. It is so true. So yeah, attraction, look at what you're attracting into your life, because it kind of tells you like where your center is.
You're getting ready to do, or maybe you already have it, a business university?
Black Business University. Yes. I have been
talk a little bit about that and what you were looking to do and why you got involved with it.
So have you ever had like a germ, like a seed of a thought? It's like magnificent. It's huge. But it takes a while for it to grow. It takes a while for it to you kind of figure out what it needs to be. I've done this all my life. Like I'll have in the middle of the night, I'll sit up. Oh, this is a great idea. So I'll put it in my thing, put it in my diary or whatever. And then, 2 or 3 years later, I may do it because it's not there yet. So Black Business University is something I thought of over a decade ago. When courses were just coming, I was like, I don't know what this thing is, but I'm going to do something with this thing at some point. And so I told Dr. Eric Kelly 2 nights ago, I was like, well, I mean, because he and I want to do something together. I'm like, Black Business U, is kind of coming in 2025. It's finally here. And did y'all hear me say it's over a decade? Like it's at least 15 years that I've had that domain, blackbusinessu.com, and been thinking about it. And I tried a couple of things and I was like, when it's ready, when it's time, it will be revealed to me. And so it has been this year. And so we're going to launch it next year. And all I can tell you is that it has to do with media, and it has to do with, the largest kind of existence of Black expertise and brilliance on the planet. But what it becomes, we will launch that in 2025.
Good. And are you at liberty to talk about what you want to accomplish with it?
Well, there is a media component, and the reason there's a media component is because everything is about content now, right? It's about content. But there's no place when you think of where's the largest congregation of Black excellence, Black brilliance. Right. Where is it? Like exactly. Where are we? Where is it? It doesn't exist. It's a little bit here. It's a little bit here. It's a little bit here, but it's not. There's not a definitive. When you think of colas, what's the brand that comes to your mind?
Well, for me, I worked at Pepsi.
Right. Exactly. It's a trick question.
But don't tell them. But I like Coke.
Right. So when there's a definitive for a category, right? When you think of toilet paper, you think of something. When you think of computers, you think of something. When you think of Black genius, you don't think of anything. So that's what the Black Business University is about. Becoming that definitive brand that when you think of this, you think of that. It doesn't exist for us. It doesn't exist. So there you go. I hear. Did you pop out? Did we lose you? Because I keep talking. Okay, there you go.
A technical glitch. So,
yeah. Okay.
It's so talk a little bit then more about maybe the accomplishment you want to get from that in terms of the Black expertise. So are you looking to work with smaller entrepreneurs? Are you looking to work across the board in terms of size of businesses? Are you looking to be concentrated in a topic matter? So, what's kind of the motivation for you, and what's the impact you're looking to have on business at large?
It's a global impact. I want to create something that is the most influential entity on global Black excellence. That's what it is.
Okay.
It is, whatever you identify as Black or whatever, it's not designated for small business, or it's not that at all. It is, when you think of this, you will think of this. Just like you just said, Coke. When I think of, television icons, Black television icons, there's one person that comes to mind. There is a reason that brand has been built, that's who we think of. When you think of, luxury car. So the definitive go-to and brand for Black brilliance is what I want to create. And it's not one thing. It's not one service. It's not one whatever. It's the building around that notion that no organization, no company has had this much impact on a people than this.
Okay. Right.
So, yeah.
So I'm getting notes from the production folks. Two things. One, that they allow me to keep going because I asked them if we could spend more time because I knew people wanted to get more info from you and all the things that you're talking about. So we get a few more minutes on that. But second, they wanted to make sure I mentioned about the 5,000 speakers on the Black Business Network. So, so the concentration. So I made mention of that as well. Talk about everything between 2016 and 2024. Things have been all a jumble. Mm-hmm. But obviously with 2020 and the pandemic, things were, really everything was turned, topsy-turvy on its head. Business, personal, social science perspective and how people interact and don't interact with each other, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Talk about, for all the business activities you had, sports. I mean, and sports requires people to be in one place or to consume a specific kind of way. Talk about, how that impacted all the business things that you were doing and what, if any, changes you made in the business models that you have created that are going to, help you going forward with your business venture.
Well, let's start by saying I did start a business at the height of the pandemic. I mean, clearly I didn't know a pandemic was going to happen, but I started my sports drink company, Electra, in 2021 on Shark Tank. And I love telling this story. It's going to be in the documentary, but my appearance on Shark Tank was on Friday. I think it was January 6th. And the sheer number of orders that come through your shopping cart when you're on Shark Tank is crazy. It's absolutely insane. So Friday night, the show airs. I'm on cloud 9, right? Because there's nothing for us to think that this is getting ready to get worse.
Right.
The next day, I get a call from my bottler because at that point we were doing a 16-ounce ready to drink sports drink that said, I think I ordered like 100,000 bottles. Your 100,000 bottles are not coming in because we were going to fill the orders Monday. So show is on Friday. We're going to fill the orders Monday in Dallas. I get the call on Saturday that my 100,000 bottles.
You're doing the math. Wait, 100,000? Oh, heck no. No.
Exactly. That they are not coming in. And I mean, the sinking feeling in my stomach and sinking because we don't know when we're going to get to do them. But the sinking thing, I've talked about this publicly, was like, damn, am I going to have to refund these orders? Like, this is insanity. I don't want to refund these orders. It was crazy. So I was like, whoa. They were like, yeah. I'm like, well, when are they coming in? And they were like, possibly 4 to 6 weeks, which, by the way, if you ever hear that in supply chain, it means 12 to 18 weeks. Like, it never means 4 to 6 weeks.
Right.
And so didn't go to Dallas. I mean, literally thousands of orders. And I was like, what am I going to do? And for a while, I was really kind of paralyzed with the decision making for that moment, because there's the financial, there's kind of like the right thing to do, sort of. And then there's like logistically, what is going to happen? Can we get some more bottles from somewhere else? No. The worst possible scenario I just described. No bottles, not anytime soon. Forget about that. Some people wanted their money back. So after I sat with it for about 48 hours, Monday, just got up, took to the internet, got online live to all of our customers. I'm going to be live at 10 o'clock Central on Monday to give you the update on your orders. We just met, but I got to give you some bad news. And I was just honest. I was like, listen, here's what happened. If you want your money back, I totally get it. We will refund your money, within 72 hours or whatever. And otherwise, I'll keep you posted. And that went on for 3 months. So I would go live, some weeks I would go live every day. But for the most part, the point is I was extremely transparent with what was happening. And it was what it was. So, the 1% of people, really weren't that many people who wanted the refund. And I think it was because of the way I responded. I didn't disappear. I didn't act like they hadn't paid their money. I immediately said, here's what happened. Here's what the call I got. Here's what I think, but it could change. It could be 4 to 6 weeks. It could be 8 to 12 weeks. I'll stay in touch with you. And that's what I did. And my refund, tiny refunds, completely, I believe, in correlation because of the way I handled that, and just was like, guys, I'm sorry, not my fault. I can't do anything about it. But eventually we got through that. But that we weren't even out of the woods with that. I'm literally relaunching that company this fall. So we went out of the marketplace for 1 full year last year. We had sales. And then I'm like, I want to do something different with this company. So I sat out like a game. I sat out a whole year, rebranded, reformulated, and just got a call last week from QVC, which, if you're familiar with that, is a shopping network, who they've always been interested, but I didn't have product. So I'm like, I don't have product. When I'm back in production, I will let you know. So they reached out. Everything is just, working. But again, I'm going to go back to what I said 20 minutes ago, which is character and integrity, just being honest with people, and not posturing and not pretending and not lying. Just give people the real deal and things work out.
The other thing I heard in your response and answer too was the both flexibility and the so I heard you talking about how you were personally flexible in whether it's going to be, what do I need to do, etc.
Yeah.
But also the ability to deal with ambiguity, which a lot of folks don't have.
Yeah.
And in business, if you don't have it, that can be problematic. Everything's not certain, and you have to be able to make decisions when things aren't certain. What you're going to do, how you're going to do it, the what ifs, and the 3 or 4 different plans. So, did you go through a lot of that as well? I mean, you alluded to it in your response, but did you go through a lot of that as well?
Yeah, listen, y'all, I don't know how old some of y'all are, but it was a lot easier to fail 30 years ago when there was no internet, right? You could fail in the dark. You could literally fail and nobody would even know. They wouldn't even know. When you're on the internet, when you're selling on the internet, our brand was direct to consumers. So there's a website components, there is the social media. Like, people were like, what's going on with this company? What is going on? I mean, just, again, this is a minute percentage, and there's a point to be made about where we focus our attention. So there is minute percentage of people who were like, I've been trolled, you were such a badass on Shark Tank and telling everybody blah, 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 blah. But now look at your company, it's whatever. Like, there was that. And
what did Miss Roney tell him? What did Miss Roney tell him?
Woo! Let me tell you what I had to do. I had to stop looking at that stuff. This is a business lesson. Like, I had to literally hire somebody, and I just had to go, you do that. I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear about it. There's no reason for you to tell me anything anybody said. We have a very staunch security team. I can't share, obviously, what we do with security, but I don't play with security. So, so we have a very specific security thing, and people think they're being cool and sly and online, but we know who most people are. There are very few people that we have not been able to find out who they are. And the whole time they're thinking they're anonymous. You may be one of these people who thinks that when you're posting, nobody knows where you're coming from. You put it behind a VPN, you did all this anonymous stuff. There's a way to find out. Come on. If they got to find out stuff about the president, that means there's a commercial grade level of that. So I just had to stop looking at that stuff. And that was a business decision that I made. So I rarely see negative things about me online, because I don't need it. I don't want to see it, and I don't need it. And I think that's a decision that every entrepreneur should consider making. Why would I want to see something that's going to get into my head? And so I only have positive vibes because I only take in positive vibes. And I hire somebody to you clean up the trash on my social, what everybody's saying. I don't need to see it. I don't care. And that's it. That's how I handle that. So yeah, there was a lot of those decisions I had to make, especially during the pandemic.
All right. We have time for 2 more questions.
Great.
The last, or this one I'm going to ask, is really to get you to talk about anything else you want. So if you had the one piece of nugget, the one piece of advice that you would give folks out there, in business, in sports, whatever, in life, what would it be? And elaborate however you want to on that.
Fail fast. Fail fast. Fail fast in relationships. Nobody wants to hear that. Fail fast in relationships. I mean, personal, intimate relationships. Why are you hanging around somebody who has already shown you that they don't have the capacity to be supportive, empathetic, kind, caring? You're going to hang out for 5 or 10 more years? That doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
Like, that may sound cold, but that doesn't make sense to me. And I've never done it. That's the truth. I've never done it. Like, and I've been criticized by my friends, like, girl, he was, and I'm like, I don't care what he was. He wasn't for me,
Right.
and I fail fast in relationships because I value me. I really do. I really do. And I'm not going to stay in a relationship with someone who's causing me to think differently about who I am, who can't be supportive, so fail fast. Nobody will tell you that relationship, because we talk about, they've been married for 40 years, but nobody said it was a great 40 years. Or they've been, we need to hang in there, or the Black family or whatever. Like, I think mental health is more important than marriage. I do. I think being in a good marriage is beautiful, but if it's not a good marriage, it needs to be a done marriage. That's how I feel about business and personal. So I don't hang around for the bad to come. I never have. And I think that's credit to my mother. She's always told me, like, you're smart, you got good sense. That was the thing. You got good sense. And you don't need anybody treating you poorly at all, ever. Don't ever accept that. And I never forgot that from when I was 9 years old. I never forgot that. So the pain I might have to go through of a breakup, okay, I'm gonna be sad a little bit, but then I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be winning soon. So fail fast. And in business, fail fast. Figure out what you're doing poorly, what you're doing wrong, who you need to hire for, what you need to bring in to make your business better. Do it quickly. Don't have so much ego that everybody on your staff is saying, hey, we need to drop the pimento cheese chicken. We need to drop that. It's not working. It's not selling. The results are telling you that, but it's your grandmother's, recipe. You're going to keep fail fast. Fail fast is the best advice I've ever given. And it's the best advice I've ever gotten.
Okay, good. All right. Last question. A little easier. How can folks reach out to you, follow you, get more information about what you're doing, what you got coming up? Products or business ventures you're doing. So how can they stay connected?
I think LinkedIn is probably the best thing. I mean, my Facebook page is public, so you don't have to send me a friend request because it's public. It's, I'm a public figure, so it's public. Miss Ronnie's on there. All kinds of fun stuff. I do little Deion Sanders impersonations. But if you're serious, you probably should go to LinkedIn. If you're super serious and are not interested in all my other shenanigans, then LinkedIn is the best place for us to connect. All right. A little music here as you come back on, Sydney. You'll be back in a minute, I guess. I'm going to check my email while I'm waiting for you to come back. All right. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. I was checking. There was another question in the chat.
Okay.
About the $1 billion conference. $1 billion business conference.
Oh, okay. Somebody's inviting me something.
Oh, well, the chat was, can you ask her about the $1 billion business? So I thought it was something that you already have out there, et cetera. So
yeah,
but maybe they were thinking about the $1 billion business university that you were talking about before. So.
Oh, the Black Business University. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it has been a pleasure to meet you in person, to get a chance to talk with you about all the things that you've done and kind of the insights that you have. I know the folks out there have gotten a ton of value and worth from all the insights that you've provided. So on behalf of them, I say thank you as well.
Thank you.
Hopefully that you'll be able to come back and share some more with us again, and would love to get a chance to interact. So as we say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Bye.
All right. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to the website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App. And on Cash App, use the account $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. So if you are a student and would like to get in on that, you can register at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the fund. I also want to take time to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month, the month of September 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Stay tuned for more programming. And remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America, in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City.
I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth Imagineer and the founder of Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction, where we use the concept of small change to big things to help businesses double their profits, usually in less than 12 months. I'm also your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, from Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community that's sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. For our next session, I'm actually going to be the speaker, and I was planning on talking about something completely different. But for those who were watching through our prior segment and got to see the interview that I was doing with and the fireside chat with Ms. Fran Harris, it inspired me to talk about something a little bit different. So I'm actually going to talk about changing your mindset. So in that conversation, Ms. Harris was talking about how important character is in your success and in building teams and strategic alliances and partnerships, etc. And so I wanted to talk a little bit more about character and the mindset development that you need if you're going to be successful, and specifically if you're going to be successful within business. So hope you'll indulge me a little bit and find what I have to say impactful and useful in your life. And since Ms. Harris was also an elite athlete, one of the things I guess I'll start off by talking about is an attitude that comes from athletes as having the phrase, or using the phrase, quitters never win and winners never quit. And so that's an important piece for us to know and understand. But before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about what that phrase really means and how it can be used to change your mindset. So the phrase quitters never win and winners never quit starts with an understanding that they didn't get there on their own, meaning that they didn't get to that mindset because they were born that way. They didn't get that way simply because they, learned it. It comes from, something in terms of experiences and expertise, that comes along with activities and the things that we've experienced within our life. There's a few phrases and quotes that I think highlight some of these aspects. Nelson Mandela once said, "When people are determined, they can overcome anything." He also said, "Our greatest fear is not that we are inadequate, but our greatest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure." Oprah Winfrey had a quote that is, "The greatest discovery of all time is that a person can change their future by merely changing their attitude." And Vince Lombardi was the one who had the quote, "Quitters never win and winners never quit." So I do this talk that I call the 3 Ds for success. And those 3 Ds are dedication, discipline, and determination. And in that talk, I go through, one definition of dedication. That dedication for me is a commitment to a goal or some ideal or some objective, some outcome that you want to accomplish and achieve. Discipline, the second D, is a commitment to a process, the way to achieve that thing or that goal, that objective, that outcome. And the third D is determination, which is a commitment to success, meaning that nothing is going to deter me. That whether it's an obstacle I need to overcome, get around, knock down, whatever it is, I'm going to do what needs to be done to make sure that I'm accomplishing the outcome or the objective that I set. If you've got those 3 Ds, then you're going to be successful in whatever endeavor that you seek, that you're involved in, whether that be in business, whether that be in sports, or whether that just be in life. It's about problem solving, overcoming challenges. So winners are not always the ones who are the best. They're not the ones with the best ideas. They're not always the ones with the best skills. So it doesn't mean that I'm a winner because I have the best talent. I have the best skills, and I've played on teams. I played, collegiate sports. I played on teams where I wasn't the best. I've played on teams where the best player on the team wasn't necessarily the best talented. They just worked the hardest, or et cetera. So it's one thing to remember, or it's important that we remember, winners aren't winners simply because they are the best with their the best ideas, etc. They're also not often or not always the ones who are the first one to the game, the first one to the market, the first one to the field. That's important. That's a nice sign, but that in and of itself won't make you a winner. They're not always the ones with the most resources, the most money, going back again to the most talent. But they are the ones who, when faced with obstacles, when faced with adversity, when faced with challenges, they adapt and they change in order to stay on the path to achieve whatever objective or goal they set. And that I found to be true in every circumstance and every situation that I've been in. The winners aren't the first, aren't the best, aren't the ones with the mostest, but they are the ones who are going to, whatever they face, adapt, change as necessary to make sure their objective is achieved. So they're the most resourceful. They're the most creative problem solvers. The question really then becomes, where does that ability originate? Where does the ability to change and adapt come from? Well, I do another talk where the subject is about performance management and motivating others, etc. But I use the phrase, and the title of the talk is "You Get What You Expect, Inspect, and Accept." And so change, though, typically starts with changing your expectations. So in that talk, I say you're not going to get something if you don't first expect it. Expect that you're going to get it. Expect that you're going to achieve it. Expect that you deserve it, etc. And then the inspection part is you're not going to get it even if you expect it, if you're not constantly checking in on, monitoring, observing where you are along the continuum from where you started to where you're looking to go to your endpoint. So that's the inspection part. And the accept is if you have an expectation and you're constantly monitoring where you are along that continuum to achieving that objective, you won't get it, what you expect, unless you're willing to accept nothing less. And so you're going to get what you expect, inspect, and accept. And change rarely starts with changing your expectations. Most change begins when you really have one simple realization and one simple statement or comment to yourself. When you say to yourself, that's enough, that's it, I've had enough, that's enough, something that says, I'm not accepting anything less anymore. And so it's important that when we're looking at, how do I change my mindset? Remember first to your mindset will start to change when you decide that whatever you're experiencing isn't sufficient and you've had enough of not getting what it is that you want, or what your objective is, or where you want to be. And at that point, you can start making other kinds of changes, whatever those might need to be in that specific time frame. So the phrase about changing what you will accept, what you stop accepting, leads to you being able to say no more. Change in behaviors, discovering what needs to be different about your actions, about your strategies, in order to accomplish the objective that you've set at the end. What you're willing to accept, or when you're willing to accept outcomes that are nothing more than or nothing less than what you've established as the expectation, you'll start to see that not only does your behavior change, the things that you start to attract in your life and in your process will also start to change. Let's move on from there. How do you change the paradigm? To discover new possibilities. So if you say yes, that's enough, I'm not going to accept it anymore, you have to change your mindset. You have to change the paradigm. You have to change what you're looking at, thinking about, the way you see things. You need to get unstuck. You need to see new ways about things. How do you discover that if you've never experienced it before, though? So one simple phrase that I use and that I suggest for folks to start the process of discovery is simply this: what if? And those are the two most powerful words that you can have. Now, what if can be used in a negative way. So I'm not talking about the what if that's pessimistic and disaster seeking. What if it starts to rain? Well, what if I don't get enough money? Well, what if the first time I fail? Well, what if they say no? Those are all pessimistic what ifs, and they're going to be powerful, but they're going to be powerful in a negative way. They're going to stop you. They're going to block you from doing anything. And anything consistent with your objective. I'm talking about the powerful what if, the what if that leads to creativity, the what if that leads to kind of visionary mindset, that leads to a solution orientation, that leads you to see a view from the side of success. So if you start saying, well, what if I could actually sell $1 million worth of stuff in a month? And even if you're only at 10,000 a month, or if you're only at 1,000 a month, when you start asking yourself, well, what if I needed to sell, or I wanted to sell $1 million a month? Now you can start saying, well, what else would I need to do then? To sell $1 million a month, wait a second, I'd have to, have my machinery or my process doing this, or I'd have to have at least this many clients based on my current price point. Well, to get that many clients, then, and now you start working your way backwards, breaking down that objective, that success view, and saying, here are the components that need to be in place for that view to be a reality. So whether we're talking about in business, whether we're talking about sales, whether we're talking about employee issues, whether we're talking about profits, whether we're talking about as entrepreneurs having a work-life balance, getting more leads, pricing, and being able to charge more, whatever that might be, we start with the what if. What if I had $1 million in sales? What if all of my employees were fully positively engaged and at a high performance level? What would that look like? What would I need to do to make that happen? What if I was able to spend my time leisurely the way that I wanted to, not how I felt I had to? What would that look like? What would that feel like? So, these things can be applied in business in any ways that we see that we're having a sense of lack or insufficiency to drive a surplus and overabundance. So, in fact, when I'm working with my clients, I use this concept to actually. I made the bold claim earlier in my introduction, doubling their profits in less than 12 months. I use the same process that I get them to start seeing the what ifs in their business, and I get them to see that using the concept of the 80-20 rule. It's Pareto's theorem around 80% of our outcomes come from 20% of our activity, or in some cases 20% of our activity generates 80%, or said another way, 20% of our activity generates 80% of our outcomes. And that's true in many things that we do, including our businesses. So right now, today, in your business, 20% of your results are being generated. 80% of your results are being generated by 20% of your activities in what you're doing. So very few things that you're doing each day are generating the majority of your profits, yet you're spending 80% of your time on things that are only generating 20% of your revenues and profits. And that sounds crazy as to why would we do it? And we don't do it consciously. We do it subconsciously. And so we're doing those things. I call them, again, rat killing and firefighting. We're doing all of those things that are seemingly important, that seem urgent, that really aren't building our business. We're running around killing rats, putting out fires, rather than doing the core things that are crucial to growing our business, working on our business, not working in our business. And within business, that 20% of the things really come in 5 key areas. They come in having more leads, having more conversion of those leads to actually paying customers. So taking a stranger to someone who's actually handing you over money, to generating more transactions. That's the third area. How do we get those customers to do more business with us, to buy more of our products and services, to deepen that relationship? The fourth area is in pricing. How do we get to a point where we're charging higher prices for the services that we're delivering or the products that we're producing, meaning that we are driving a value proposition that makes us more valuable to those that we're seeking to buy our products and services. And the last area, the fifth and last area, is in profitability, which really comes from lowering our expenses. How do we do what we're doing more efficiently, more effectively, so that more of the money that we bring in at the top flows through to the bottom line? So every business, I don't care whether you're for profit or not for profit, whether you're new and starting up or whether you've been in business for 30 years, all businesses grow from these 5 areas and these 5 areas alone. There's no other way to grow a business unless you're doing it in one of these 5 areas. And again, I don't care if you're a $1 billion company, if you're a Fortune 50 company, or if you're a mom and pop restaurant. And so the question then becomes, well, how do I have impact, and how do I make those changes? Going back to that what if, and what if in each of these areas. And I use the concept, as I said earlier, of small change to big things to help them see what you can do in simple changes of process, changes in procedures, changes in behaviors or mindsets that will result in big transformational impacts in the business. So when you're making those small changes in these core critical areas, not only does it have a big impact in that one area, but the ripple effect that it has throughout the entire organization and these other 5 areas is also significant, which allows for the transformation. Because it's small incremental changes in procedure, in behavior, in process, it also is one of those things that it doesn't cost you any money. So you don't need a big loan. You don't need to have a big profit, or wait till your profits get to be $100,000 or $1 million or $10 million or whatever number you think needs to be in order to now start growing your business. You don't need to have a new piece of equipment. One of the things that you need to do is really just stop and say, well, what if I stopped doing it this way and started doing it this way? What would it look like if I were getting 500 leads a day instead of 5? What would that mean for the business? Well, what would I need to do to get 500 leads a day? And stop listening to the negative voice, or the little small person on your shoulder that keeps whispering in your ear, that's not possible. How could you do that? You can't even get 5 last week, much less 5 in a day, much less 500 in a day. We simply say, if I'm going to get 500, here's what it needs to be. And I'm going to need to do this. I'm going to need to have that. I'm going to need to talk to this many people. I'm going to need to interact these kind of ways. We start, building the blocks to saying, this is how I get there. And then I simply go do those things. And when I do those things, the result will be what the result will be. Maybe it's 500. Maybe it's only 250. But if I started at 5, am I mad because I only got it to 250? Or am I remarking at how far I've come in such a little time with that mindset change? And then I started making the next adaptation by saying, okay, I got to 250. What was successful? What if I started doing this more, or spending more time here, or added more resources to this, this other aspect, of the process? So it's one of those things that says, look, if I know where the areas that it will impact me in the results and outcomes that I want, then it's about me just looking at the small little things that I control, not that somebody else controls. And that's one of the important things about making small incremental changes, that it empowers us, that we're not waiting on someone to approve a loan. We're not waiting on someone to deliver us new equipment. We're not waiting until our results, are bigger in terms of profit to be able to grow. We're taking the things that we control, our own time, our own actions, and we're saying, how do I put those to use to deliver the thing that I want to accomplish and that I need to overcome in order to move my business forward or to move my results in the direction that I want them to have. I tell the story all the time when I used to work corporations, the Pepsis, the Citigroups, global ops, or in some of the executive level business units that I managed. People would come to me and ask for capital expenditures to be able to do a certain project, or to be able to fund some activity that they wanted to do within their department or their business line. And the first question I always asked them was, what if I said no? What would you do? And different people would give different responses, but it usually fell in one of two categories: we throw up our hands and I guess not do anything category, or the I would do these kinds of things and just make it work the best way possible. In the would throw up our hands category, it would be things people would be saying would be like, oh well, I guess we wouldn't be able to do it, so we just keep limping along this way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And for those folks, I look at it and say, well, then obviously they don't really have an idea of how this is going to work and what they're going to do. And so I'm not willing to, invest or approve their capital request, et cetera. But for the folks who said, well, if you didn't give us the approval, you said no, what we would do, and they would always have some solutions about how they were going to do it manually. Or how they were going to do it on a small scale, how they were going to do it with things that they already had in their possession, in their department, or under their responsibility. And my response would always be then, go do that. And when you go do that and you have some results, come back and tell me about those results. And that's what I work with my clients about as well, is helping them understand what they have complete control over now that they can put to work, that they can get results from, and that when you're talking about wherever you're at within your your business or your life, et cetera, if you want to make a change, when you've said that's enough, I don't want this anymore, I want different, I want more, then you start putting these things into place, the what ifs, and what are the things that I can change, that I must change in the way that I'm perceiving, the way that I'm looking at things, the way that I'm doing specific things that will get me the result that I want or get me closer to the result that I want. And then when you start doing those things, the outcomes become, if not exactly what you desired, they become on the path, but you also then start enrolling other people into that journey. They start seeing the path that you're on. They start understanding what you're trying to do. And they provide resources, advice, guidance, sometimes, money, to support that, because they now have a better understanding and they see the progress and the determination that you have to it, the dedication and commitment that you have to it, the discipline you now have around that process, and the determination that you're showing for the outcomes. And those things, that dedication, that discipline, that determination is what will ring true for them. And will shine through for you, that will then be your calling card going forward. That will allow you not only to have that success, but to have other people want to be a part of that success, so that, in the future, when you're trying to do more things, they'll be looking to you as that sounding board for it. So I'm running towards the end of my time here. If you want to reach out and get more insight about, or have some comments about how you've used that concept of what if to change your paradigm, to change your mindset, or if you have some stories about how that worked for you, I'd love to hear them, because I can use them on my podcast, or I can use them as examples in some of the posts that I'm making, to my social pages, to highlight, for people, the kinds of changes, folks are making out there. I'd love to hear about it. But what I'd also offer to you, if you're trying to find out how in your business you can make these small changes to big things, I have a tool on my website that you can use. It's free, won't cost you anything. It's a simulator. So you can go onto my website, use that simulator to look at your existing business, where you are in revenue, where you are in profitability, and what if you made small changes, 1% changes, 2% changes, in these, 5 areas, or in this case, it's the 12 strategic categories within these 5 areas, then you'll start seeing the impact that small change can have on big things, and the big things being your business. So my website, if you want to reach out to me or use this simulator, is solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's www.solutionswithresults.com. Solutions with plural, results with plural, solutionswithresults.com. For that simulator, it's solutionswithresults.com/sim, SIM. Or you can spell out simulator, but you'll get there right at SIM. So hit enter there, you'll go to the simulator. Would love to hear from folks. If you go to that website, my website, you'll be able to use the simulator, or you can ask me a specific question. I have an Ask Sydney section where you can give me a specific question that you're dealing with in your business, and I will answer you within 24 hours with a response as to, here's a suggestion, or here's something that you can look at to be able to do. On my website, you can also get a digital free copy of my book, my first book, that you can download for your own education and information. I also have some free training on the website, so feel free to go there for the free book, the free web training, or to use my simulator to be able to map out your business, and what if you made those changes, where would it take your business? Look forward to hearing the stories about your successes, and until then, as we say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.